So today I played the demo for this a while ago, and then I guess I just never got around to the full game, but it's called Ambrosia Sky. It's another like cleaning genre type game. It's set in like space, and there's like 0G, and you're like cleaning up some space mold. So it looks kind of fun. They're doing like an episodic release, but I saw that episode 2 is coming out in a couple of months, or maybe a month, for free. So I figured I'd pick it up and we could play through the first episode anyways. We'll see if I can get it booted up here. Oh, that sucks. Migraines are the worst. Okay, this game probably needs to be turned down a little bit. Okay. Everyone has a Discord now, I swear. I'm beginning to understand how some people run out of Discord channels they're allowed to join. I guess I'll just turn on VSync. That'll probably make it behave better. Exofungus. Certain surfaces can be burned away. Okay. Act 1, 2240, Rings of Saturn. As humanity spreads into the galaxy, fleeing a dying Earth, a group of mystical field scientists called the Scarabs were formed. Where catastrophe strikes, Scarabs go. Their study of death in the cosmos will unlock human immortality, the Ambrosia Project. The cluster in the Rings of Saturn is an agricultural colony that has been met with one such devastating catastrophe. Welcome home, Dahlia. As if. Good luck, Dee. Dahlia, I'll be running dispatch and comms for you while you're at the cluster. Send me your observation notes and I'll analyze the samples you upload. Same as always, I'm with you, Dee. The Scarabs want you to find and extract anything else here that matters, and given it's the Scarabs, it's probably gross. Probably an organ of some type. You'll know it when you see it. You know this place better than us. Okay, that's just the email I was just reading. Okay, seems like pretty standard kind of power wash stuff.
Comms are good. Okay. These are the observation notes from Scarab Dahlia Volkova. I've arrived at the cluster. Unknown crisis. Unknown death toll.
I guess I have like a grapple hook on my other hand. Okay. Open airlock. Don't know what that switch does. Collect electric fruit. Quality 5. Great. Okay. Sent. If they call Dahlia, it's too late. From Lorraine Walsh to Gerald Parker. 10/12/2240. I'm assuming it's day, month, year, but I don't know. Who calls for an undertaker before they call for a doctor? Hale will call for a scarab, but she won't even say her stepdaughter's name. You know what it means if Dahlia comes home, Gerald. Please leave with us with me. B-ring agriculturalists. Okay.
If only Hale understood she was the reason I left.
Okay, so Dahlia has some history. I guess we grew up here or something? This lab is under quarantine. Manual override is required. This room was originally built before grav generators were working. Check the ceilings. Okay, so I assume that's that lever back there. I missed this. Public notice. Please don't blame us. We started asking Hale about it. Exofungus started growing where it shouldn't, regrowing when we pruned it. More cluster lung cases than before. We saw grains of sand instead of a beach. Hale told us not to worry. The fact that we all believed her is proof enough of how scared we were. Find those who stay behind. I can't believe Gerald wouldn't evacuate. He just didn't want to come, said this was his home. He just kept refusing me. He deserves a goodbye even if he didn't get a good death. Everyone here did. Hale's still here, running a ship of the dead into the maw of the beast she won't make eye contact with.
Not surprised Hale's still running the place. She loved this colony more than me. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So, switch opens door. And this is the mold, I presume. Dahlia is equipped with a chemical sprayer that will dissolve alien fungus on contact. Press left mouse to spray. Okay, space mold. Oh. Boy, that grows fast. Okay, letting the gauge run out entirely really slows how fast our tank seems to refill.
That's weird. Maz, the exofungus shouldn't be growing here. It's usually well contained. It has to be.
Yeah, flashlight with B. What is this? Not something I can interact with? Okay. Where is all the mold coming from, I wonder? Okay, that door doesn't seem to open from this side. Harvest fungal fruits using Dahlia's sprayer by cleaning the base to sever the fruit from the stalk. Fruit can be damaged, so use care when harvesting. Okay, so I guess this mold grows these fruits. Is that what they were growing at this farm? Okay, healing stations restore health and serve as checkpoints. Okay. Oh, and it's growing back.
Muzz, send any updated transmissions you receive. I haven't found any survivors yet.
I'm assuming the glowing, sparkling mold is not safe to touch. Dr. Nat Gabriel's research notes fungal propagation hypothesis. We have a good backlog of viable seeds thanks to crossbreeding earth crops with the exofungus. Our team is good. The best, actually. No one can do what we do. And that's what annoys me. We can't supply enough seeds to feed the whole galaxy. They'll only grow in the cluster's soil. Any other soil and nothing. No growth. Not even a hint of it. I can't isolate what protein structure the Leviathan has that the fungus needs. What is it the Leviathan's giving the fungus here that normal soil can't? Excuse me, Leviathan? I keep finding fungus growing in the vents. I know it's seeking electrical sources to feed, obviously, but why the vents? There's nothing in there, no power sources. Sometimes kids crawl through them, but that's it. It's looking for something. I just don't know what. Oh, so the fungus is also sentient. Great. Oh, this I can activate now. That doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of those yet. Oh, there was like something up here, wasn't there? Yeah, what is this? Scrimshaw Charm? Okay, I don't know where I see... Probably some kind of collectible, I guess.
My first time coming home in 15 years. And I don't even know who's alive.
Okay, I guess that explodes if you walk too close. Dolly is equipped with a tether. Hold to pull towards location. Yeah, I figured that out already. Heal and save. Okay, well the door's not being overloaded anymore. Oh, here's another public notice. Evac location 1011. Oh, it must be month, day, year then. Because the other one was 1012. Come on people, you know what to do. We've run evac drills before, so why are you not doing it? Lab 6 here in B-Ring, meet Ilya Bohart or Lori Walsh here within the next 6 hours or they can't help you.
Maeve. We haven't spoken since I left. She was everything to me. Once upon a time. I always wanted to see Saturn again.
Oh, no gravity in this room.
This is where people evacuated from. How did the fungus grow so wildly and so quickly?
Oh, we can grab and throw objects. Okay. Yeah, I'll grab that. I don't know if it's possible to pick these other ones. They seem to just explode. Although that one's just floating. Maybe I can grab that one. Or is it gonna still explode when I get too close? Okay. I'm assuming there's some kind of resource or score or something. Are they really just like keeping this shit here in display cases? That seems like a bad idea. Fruits here. Okay, that's another charm. And more exploder samples, okay. Is this thing gravity then? Toggle gravity? What is beeping then? I assumed it was the gravity thing, but...
I found a body. Cause of death, cluster lung.
Oh, well, cluster lung doesn't seem like a pleasant way to go. Dead for longer than 48 hours. Ambrosia sample is non-viable.
Not a candidate for the Ambrosia project. It's been too long.
Received a warning from the one who seeks who knows. It sleeps but does not dream. If it dreams, it sleeps but it does not dream. If it dreams, its dream will end all of time. Okay, so Cthulhu or something type thing, I guess.
A Leviathan organ? When did the cluster start digging them up?
Okay, I guess I'm collecting this.
Maz, maybe the Leviathan isn't as dead as we thought. Heading back to my shuttle.
Okay, I guess I need to run back. Dahlia can sprint by holding shift. And gravity's off again. And that door is shorted out. Okay. Oh, I guess the Leviathan sample's gonna decay if I don't get back fast enough. I guess we'll go this way. And now gravity's off for the entire station. Lovely.
Maz, if Maeve is here, if she's... No. I can't think of her as dead. I'll find her.
Dahlia's health and resistance to damage types can be improved through crafting. Okay. Okay. Exploder fruit samples 44, electric 25, Ambrosia project samples 1, Leviathan. I guess we'll return to the shuttle. From Dahlia, so that's from us to Maeve. Hey Maeve, it's me, Dahlia. Obviously, you can see my email signature. Well, okay. I'm being called home, or should I say I am home. Surprise? Hale requested the Scarab services, and well, I'm the Scarab you all are getting. I have a brief report, but the details are fuzzy. How bad is the crisis? Are you okay? Please just tell me if you're okay. You were always the best part of this place. From Mavis to Dahlia. Okay, so this was like a long time ago, because the current year is 2240. This isn't 2225. Hale knows we've been talking and is furious, but this isn't about Hale. The truth is, Dahlia, I can't keep this up. You left, and I can't keep holding on to you. If you wanted me to, if you gave me any indication that you would come back for me, then I would, but we both know the truth. When you left everything, including me. And then draft email we never sent. From Hale. Dahlia, the cluster's dying. You would never come home for my birthday. Will you at least come home to bury me? There's been a fungal outbreak in the cluster resulting in mass death from cluster lung and other unidentified hospitals. And unidentified threats. Find consenting individuals who are within the 48-hour window and collect their DNA for the Ambrosia project. Projections on the cluster's stability deems it unlikely to be fit for human habitation as a result of the crisis. Locate any viable seeds or other crops that can be used to terraform and cultivate other agricultural colonies. From Maz to Dahlia, I should have come with you. You're gonna be fine. I mean, I don't know the state of the situation you're getting into, but a job's a job, right? Don't let old skeletons scare you anymore, okay? So pull out your best pickup lines on that old flame of yours when you find her alive, and you will find her alive. Then we'll meet up in subspace and you can tell me all about it. Even the gross parts that will somehow don't make you want to vomit. Okay. Ambrosia project incomplete. Okay, whatever that is. What can we do for crafting? Okay, so this is our tech tree, I guess. 2x reduction to the basic spray clog duration. Well, that's the first upgrade we have to get. Powerful spray. A powerful chemical spray that breaks down organic matter more efficiently. It deals 4 times greater damage than that of basic spray. Basic spray backup canister. Adds a basic spray backup canister that allows for longer spraying without clogging. I don't have enough to buy that. And a 2x increase the basic spray recharge rate. And I have enough for powerful spray, which I guess is a different fluid. I guess I'll get it. Dahlia's special spray fluid types deplete when used. Refill fuel canisters between missions in the refill screen by converting fruit samples into fluid. Press E to swap to fluid crafting. Okay, and it looks like it gave us one. We'd need more electric samples anyways. Okay. Okay, so that's the mission we just did. So we can do the spore harvesting facility or the farm. Found a candidate for the Ambrosia project, Gerald Parker. Locate his body to obtain DNA samples. He's at a farming homestead. No other viable candidates are present. I guess we'll do that one. The cluster was one of humanity's first settlements off-planet, founded to supply food for deep space exploration. D. You're looking for a farmer by the name of Gerald Parker. He's a late consent to the Ambrosia project submitted during the crisis. Scans indicate he's recently deceased, hopefully still within the 48-hour viability window. I know being back here is hard for you, D, but think of it this way. Aren't you glad that it's you that gets to be here performing last rites? It's a chance to say goodbye. Sure.
Maz. I remember Gerald Parker. He was crotchety. To everyone but me, it seemed. I think he hated my stepmother more than I did.
Terminal doesn't seem to be working. The door doesn't seem to work either. Resident manifests, slot assignments, allot A, Gerald Parker, probationary warning. B, Lori Walsh, good standing. C, vacant. Note attached from Gerald Parker, I give veto power on all applicants for lot C. Suck a lemon if you hate it. Okay. grab that fruit? Okay. Just a holographic display, I
Electric
guess.
fungus shouldn't be here. This was an earth crop farm.
Sample. From Gerald to Hale, we don't need you to come visit. Hale, I got your note about your upcoming routine visit. We'd be happy to host you, but only if you let us work the pasture only if you'll work the pasture like the rest of us. You want access to our crops, then you gotta work the fields just like everybody else. Sincerely, Gerald, an actual farmer, Parker. Received, Gerald, this is your 4th warning. Gerald, I've told you before, please stop stealing my admin access to post notes everywhere. We're all annoyed by Hale, but I can't keep resetting my passwords. I know a rat, and it's not rats. I'm really sick of listening to creatures scrabble around here, and it's not rats. I keep a clean place. And Hale conveniently told us all the exo-life was dead. So what is it then, Miss Smarty Pants? Okay.
Alright. Maz, hope the alarm didn't interfere with the recording too much.
Cause of death, cluster lung, time of death over 48 hours,
Did you try to
non-viable.
evacuate with the others?
I think we can yeah, we can pull off the exploding fruits. Kind of. For this being an earth crop farm, there's an awful lot of fungus here. That's
I've
not
never seen this
viable.
advanced of a case of cluster lung before.
What the hell is that?
I hope you're at peace now.
Creepy ass alien worm.
Maz, scanned another victim of the crisis. creatures used to hide from us before. But now if they're out in the open, then things are much worse here than I thought.
Goop everywhere. I don't know what those are. There's a bunch of it, like, behind the wall here. Oh, does this come off?
I love these vents. Hid out here all the time with Maeve. Our own secret passageways. Our own place.
Yeah. I'm sure this is perfectly safe place for children to be playing on a space station.
Gerald was protective of this place, of his farmers, of me.
Okay, well this didn't exactly take me to where I thought it was going to. Okay, those things blow up if you throw them. Maybe I just can't get to that stuff there. Supply list. Data removed. Note attached. Dearest Hale, I knew you'd try to spy on our supply list. I've said it before, you don't need to know our supply levels. Those supplies are for us. Best regards, Gerald. Okay.
Gerald never let Hale off the hook. Good.
Oh, there's something spitting at us over there. Okay, I guess I died. I'm not quite sure what happened there. How far back did that put me? A mildly annoying amount back. Okay, well, I guess I will try to not do whatever it is I don't know that I did.
Much worse here than I thought.
I guess.
Gerald never let Hale off the hook. Good.
I guess I can throw these. Maybe I can. So the mold doesn't seem to affect these other worm things. So what killed me over here before? I still have no idea.
Gerald never let the pasture get this badly overgrown. The crisis hit everywhere. Everyone.
What? I thought you said there was no mold here at all, so how would it have gotten this overgrown? Dahlia can craft a spray type that conducts electricity. Use electric spray to reroute sources of power. Well, I don't have that unlocked yet, so I guess I can't do that. Because I don't think I can craft here. Okay. That's mildly annoying, but okay. I guess there's like secrets in the environments for replayability. Yeah, because I only have powerful spray.
Oh my god. This wasn't cluster lung. What happened here?
Oh, this, yeah, it says cause of death unknown. I mean, it kind of looks like mold grew out of him. I don't know. Read. Our motto, we dig together, we grow together, we survive together. Okay. Okay, I guess I can't go down there. Toxic spores. Why am I not in, like, a spacesuit? Okay.
Gerald's apartment. I've never been here before. You liked your privacy. And a clean place. Crisis took even that from you. I'm sorry, Gerald. I'll be out of here soon. Gerald. Hi.
I don't think he made it.
I've missed you, you stubborn ox.
Gerald Parker, the cluster, year 2240. I'm only recording this because Lori says so. But I don't care what happens to my body. Heck, I'll be dead. Make moonshine or save humanity. It's yours now.
Begin bioremediation? What is that gonna do? Okay, I guess that's the Ambrosia sample.
You never let me down when I was a kid. I'm glad I was the one to do this for you.
Let's see. Dang it, Lori, I need you to quit it with the whispering. Who are you even whispering to? It's just us here. I can't sleep at night with your... I lose track of the days. Of course, I forget to eat or lose the will to. Lori makes me food, watches me eat it. I told her to evacuate, not to worry about me. I'm not worth worrying about, plain and simple. And even if I were, I ain't leaving, no matter what the fool says. From Mauve to Gerald Parker. I knew I wouldn't see your name on the evac list, old man. Dolly and I always called you a stubborn ox for a reason. I reset your admin access, you'll full run to the silo and pasture. I'll redirect some additional supplies your way also. If we get out of this alive, you owe me the recipe for your stew, deal? From Dahlia, so that's us, to Gerald Parker. I have to leave here. I can't live under Hale's shadow anymore. Thank you for letting me hide in your crops when Hale was looking for me. I know you don't believe in the Scarab's search for immortality, but it's a way out, and I have to take it. Look after Mauve for me while I'm gone, okay?
Did Gerald save an email I wrote him 15 years ago?
I mean, it sure looks that way. There's gotta be a secret up here, right? Oh, just another way. Shortcut out. Okay. I don't know that I want to take the shortcut out yet. I'm not done looking around. Ah. Collectible. More of these stupid worm things. Diary entry 378. What thoughts does it have? It talks back at night when it's just the stars and me. I hear it. It knows we eat it. It's not me. I yelled at Gerald because he kept blaming me for the talking, but it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. Everyone's evacuating. I'm helping those who don't know where to go first, of course. Gerald won't budge. I want him to come with me, but he keeps saying somebody needs to stay back in case there's others. But who will be left? This is a lot of mold. It doesn't really seem to disappear when it's on fire, or does it? I'm assuming that's what this is supposed to be. Okay, I guess there's a person there. I don't know how to get there though.
Gerald was protective of this place, of his farmers, of me. I love these vents. hid out here all the time with Maeve. Our own secret passageways. Our own place.
Save anyways. Yeah, I guess we'd need like the conductive spray that we haven't unlocked yet to get in there. And some of this is regrown.
Gerald would have done anything for Lori. Even in death.
Okay, I don't think I can get through there. Oh wait, what is this up here? There was something. Ah, another collectible. Just wondering if you have to be able to open that other door or if there's a path through some of these vents. Because there have been a lot of secret vent passages. Doesn't seem like I can destroy these really big mushrooms. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll just head back then. Crafting. Okay, so here's the electric spray. Flammable spray. Powerful spray that does not deal damage to fruits. Okay. That would be nice, but we don't have enough electric samples anyways. Adds additional powerful spray canisters. I don't know, it seems like we're gonna need the electric spray to get into places, so let's do that, I guess. Okay, this screen doesn't really seem to change. Okay, so we found half of the collectibles. I don't know that the collectibles do anything. I guess we'll do the spore harvesting facility. I've identified potentially viable seeds for studies. You'll have to decontaminate the facility to find them. I know it's strange, but the scarabs think these seeds might help with food production in other deep space colonies. Okay. Okay, so this is a weird one. The scarabs want you to find any viable seeds that may be left behind. Since the cluster is such an important food hub for humanity, they want to try and salvage any seeds to rebuild its agriculture. I'll assume you know what these good seeds look like. Will they even look like seeds, D? Or are they going to be something like a Leviathan eyeball or something? You never know with you cluster folk. It's like what I like about you. You're all weird. Rude.
So the scarabs want viable seeds. It's smart, just not our purview. We pursue immortality, not agriculture.
Oh, and gravity is off here. What is this, a coffee cup or something? I don't know.
These are the seeds the scarabs want.
Huh? Oh, is this a seed? Okay. Seriously, no visitors in the lab. You're scared, I get it. But coming here and asking us if we have the answer to the cause of the growth yet is only distracting us. Okay. Well, I'm visiting the lab anyways. It seems like this space station used really crappy windows if mold was able to just grow through it. Guess I got too close to that exploding fruit. Okay, well, I don't don't think I can get through that
The
door.
botanists couldn't even control the growth here, in their own lab.
Well, I mean, if they could have done that, there wouldn't have been a disaster now, would there have been? Harmony's personal terminal. Research log number 35. We can't keep the fungal growth in check. It's growing too fast, too erratic. I got trapped in downstairs maintenance the other day because the fungus got cozy with the locking mechanism. I'm gonna be a botanist who gets killed by her own plants. Unbelievable. When I got locked in maintenance last week, it gave me an idea. If electric fungus can turn off all of our systems, then maybe I can extract those qualities from it, find a way to make our systems more resilient, more efficient at least. Okay, well, you know, that's like the, a future project idea. Maybe you need to deal with the immediate problem first. Received Cluster Phoenix number 15. From Cluster Phoenix to Harmony Carlson, subject Cluster Phoenix 15. Thank you to Ilya Bot for digging into some of the older Cluster archive materials. She found Dr. Volv's personal logs from the early days of the settlement. So far, nothing in there we haven't all heard every day of our lives, but it's still a good place to start. We don't know how deep the secrets here go and what Hale simply learned from her father. Okay, that one seems a little out of context compared to the other two emails. Well, then how do I get to this room next door? Well, there must be another way around, I guess. That door's electrified, but I can just go through the window here. Let me see if I can blow this other stuff up, I guess. Oh, you can, okay. Extreme heat. Yeah, that's because it was on fire. It's not anymore. Was there any point to me coming in here? Oh, there is, some samples here. See anything otherwise. Okay. Oh, here's a collectible.
If I stayed behind, I could have been working in his facility, reporting to Nat. That could have been okay. I like the dirt.
Yeah, except you'd be dead now, so... Hey, Brad. I see you found the new redeem. I think I finally figured out some things in StreamerBot anyways. Yeah, I like the daily redeems too. Another channel I've followed does like picking flowers, and it's like a random flower species each time. Hopefully it will count up properly. That's the only thing I won't be able to test till next stream. Milkshakes? Okay. We don't know why this is happening, but it is. The decomposition is accelerating. Yes, the fungus crops are booming, and we have reliable harvests for the first time in my lifetime, but why? According to our timelines, this level of decomposition was still centuries off. I keep going down to the spore vent to collect some for my own research. Nat would kill me if she knew, but we have to understand it. Even if some people don't want us to, the fungus is growing so abundantly that nobody's hungry. So of course nobody wants to think about the fact that it means something is wrong with our ecosystem. We're doomed. The ground beneath us is rotting away faster than it should at the rate of fungal and spore-related illnesses are increasing. We're all dying, but basically no one cares because for the first time since the cluster was settled, we're not going hungry. I guess it's hard to feel scared on a full stomach.
Nobody knows what caused the crisis.
Yeah, the thing I like about these kind of redeems too is it's not like Twitch's is like, oh, Twitch bugs out, or like you miss one stream and it can get reset unless you like watch a VOD. So like I think the redeem system, it just gives you a number that counts up regardless of if you miss a stream. Some streams and are only here sometimes. The electric fungus is escaping containment. It's seeking energy sources. Nat, the teeny little mushroom tried to bite me. I know you don't believe me, but I think it does have teeth. It does not have teeth. No, it doesn't, Harmony. Maybe the electric shocks make you think it's biting you, but it's not. You need to take some time. You're my best botanist, but only when you're not hallucinating. I'm fine. It just hurts. Yes, electric shocks hurt. Stop letting it bite you and figure out a way to contain it. It keeps turning off gravity everywhere and it's becoming dangerous. Computers are for science staff only. Uh-huh. I have not found the gravity generator around here yet either. Like, if these are the seeds, are these earth seeds or plant space seeds? I don't know. Yeah, some people take the streaks a little more seriously than others, but... Well, now Twitch has like this weekly thing, which is just like how many streams in a week you go to. Gives you a badge. And those don't have to be consecutive. But, I don't know. Twitch is always doing weird stuff. I'd rather they give us more emote slots for the bigger channels, but, you know. I have a feeling this door is going to be stuck. Yeah, Twitch does what Twitch wants. So there's a collectible in that room. I guess maybe there's a way around. We'll see. I don't know. Twitch probably likes that the solution people have right now is to make a second channel with emotes, more emotes, and then Twitch makes more money. What on earth is this room?
These are our spore harvesting vents, Moz. But if the botanists here were trying to understand the crisis, then where are they all?
Well, I think everyone's dead or evacuated, right? That's why we're here. So what? These spores are coming off this Leviathan they built this colony on? Oh, your phone verification is broke? So what, you just like don't get the text messages from them? I think I have mine set up where like you don't have to be phone verified if your account is like over 30 days old or something. Or maybe you just have to have phone or email. I forget how I have it set up. But it's one of the easiest ways to get rid of the bots. These bot accounts don't last very long. They never even send it? Oh, that's weird. I'd say your best bet is reaching out to Twitch support, but I don't know that they'd be all that helpful. It's really a crapshoot with a corporation. It kind of depends if you get assigned to someone who actually knows and cares enough to try and figure it out. The problem I've had, I think the last time I had to contact a support, it was Amazon for like a package that they just never delivered. But like it took forever to get past their AI, which was not helpful. Like half the battle these days in support is getting to a human. So, like... Okay, here's a plant seed. Or seed. I don't know if these are plant seeds or mold seeds, honestly. Although they seem to think they could only grow the mold on this Leviathan. Which I guess is what the glowing thing there is. Received, we cannot be saved. From the one who sees, who knows. It is liquefying everything it wants to eat, but its teeth are made of silt. We collect the spores, we cross-pollinate the spores so farmers can grow the fungus. We eat the fungus and the fungus grows, and the fungus sees us eating it, and the soil that is meat rots under our feet. But we do not know what carrion feeder awaits us all. I'm thinking eating the mold is not good for your brain. I'm also concerned about the people who evacuated who have eaten this stuff. For the moment...
No. Harmony. I'm sorry you felt responsible for saving the cluster.
Yeah, unfortunately, AI's been put in a lot of things right now, whether it belongs or not. At some point, I guess we'll see what happens. Is this going to turn gravity on, or unpowered button? Okay. It's not going to do anything. Can I, like, throw an explosive container at this cloud? Okay. Toxic spores. Yeah, I kind of figured.
Maz, I found the botanists. This place became a tomb.
Yeah. That it did. Save point anyways. The soil is the meat of a Leviathan, and it is rotting away beneath our feet. But we pick its fruit and gorge ourselves and die from inhaling the spores. And yet we fix the fan, we restore the electricity as if it matters. As if it matters. As if it matters. As if normalcy will save us all. Okay then. So we find the dead body of something in the asteroids around Saturn and decide we're gonna live on it and eat this mold that grows off of it. Great plan. Shock hazard. Okay. Is this just a closet, or does this go somewhere? It's just a closet with a collectible. Okay. Oh. Okay. And you can lock yourself in here if you wanted to, I guess. Okay, that's a power source. Oh, space worm. Okay. Okay. Well, that at least gets rid of the floating mold spores. I should probably save. I'm in danger. This doesn't actually seem to go anywhere, I guess. Cool. And I still have yet to find the gravity generator too, but I don't know that I need to be that worried about it. Welcome back. Oh, well, thank you. Maybe you have mentioned it, I'm not sure. I'm still at that point where your voice never sounds right to you on a recording because you used to like how it vibrates in your skull. So like, I listen to my voice in recordings and like, it sounds wrong. Is this the gravity generator up here? I can foresee a problem if I turn this back on. Oh, okay, yep, that turned gravity on. Good thing I have a grapple gun, I guess. I'm also not entirely sure if I can take fall damage or not. Okay, well that's Miriam. That's one of the few we actually like got a name for. Okay, so there's still 2 seeds somewhere. Reminder, clean daily or the spores will keep damaging equipment and we'll have a repeat of Harmony's buried alive moment. So clean daily thoroughly. Oh, there's AC. 120 meters. Maybe I missed one somewhere else. I feel like this person has been down here a lot longer than the others because only their bones are left. Yeah, I'll warm up to my voice eventually, I'm sure. I don't spend a ton of time like watching my own content at the moment either, so... The most I did was like putzing around with different settings in the beacon mic and figuring out where to put the microphone, and it was just like some of these sound better than others, but they all sound a little off. Okay, I guess we need to head back. Actually, we checked this door. Is there one like that on the other side? No. Okay. You would think there would be a ladder here or something. I don't know how they normally get through here. I must have missed a seat back here. Did I not? I guess I haven't been in that room over there if there is one. Okay, maybe it's in the first room over there then. Oh yeah, there's just one here right at the beginning when I didn't know what they were. Okay, so I guess this asteroid is actually like something dead? I'm sure we'll find out more eventually. The cluster was one of humanity's first settlements off-planet, founded to supply food for deep space exploration. 80 exploder fungus, 135 electric fungus, and 8 plant seed samples. Having another canister for the basic spray would be really nice, because boy, it does not last long. The harvest spray would be nice too, though, because that's going to let us upgrade better. Because then we can harvest fruit with a spray that won't damage them. So I think we'll definitely do that. And then do another backup canister. Oh, this would allow you to tether to fungus. We don't really need that yet anyways. And we can't afford anything else. Oh wait, I should see. Okay, I didn't wind up using any of my canisters, so. Alright. Now we got a bunch more jobs unlocked. The Stargazer. We picked up a distress beacon from a nearby ship. There are no signs of life. Find the ship's black box, D. There might be valuable intel on it. Is that like the evacuation shuttle? I'm kind of curious about that. Yeah, we'll just do that one. Electric fruit samples can be used to unlock electrical spray. The spray produces a conductive foam useful for rerouting power. I isolated a nearby SOS beacon. It's coming from a stranded ship. The Stargazer? Do you know it? It's fairly large. No signs of life, D, and scans indicate heavy contamination. The Scarabs want you to find the ship's black box. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure why, but the orders are insistent. Find the black box. It does some really neat tech things, letting me place sound on the black box, amplifying its beacon. If you make me hear about gross body things, I'll make you listen to me technobabble about it. Oh, and we're just like straight in deep space here. Okay. Okay, and that's our ship back there.
Why am I out here? Looking for a black box? What do the Scarabs want with it? It's out of our purview. A lot of what they're asking me is... It feels like grave robbing.
Black boxes are not grave robbing. They're specifically designed for people to find after something has gone horribly wrong. This is about as far from grave robbing as possible. This ship has grown much mold. The larger tank is nice, but it could still be larger. Actually, I'm curious on the controls. What is like... I would have expected crouch to be... move me down when I'm in 0G, but it doesn't seem to. It's weird. Space moves you up, so... Geez, the mold's really like straight into the rocket engine, huh? I love that I can crouch 0G. Like, what does that do for me? Here's like a power router. Okay. Button. I presume the black box is on the inside of the ship. I probably don't need to clean off all the mold, but I'm going to. There's just a giant hole on the side of the ship. That's probably our way in. Let's see, there's this switch here. Right, and that's overloaded because the fungus is growing on it over here. So, like, I don't see, like, a giant Leviathan. So, like, did the Leviathan break up and, like, into the pieces of the rings?
The ship is heavily contaminated. I didn't know the fungus could live like this outside. The cosmic radiation, the solar winds. It's almost like it's thriving.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be bothered by the harsh conditions in space.
Sure, I don't fully believe in the Ambrosia project, but that doesn't matter. I've always trusted the scarabs, but now I've never doubted them before.
Oh, why is there a panel on the outside of the ship? Diagnostic notes. Science vessel Stargazer GH-1TX-5. Port of call, the cluster. Mission purpose, understanding Saturn's rings. Okay. I love that they put that on a screen on the outside of the ship. Conduit. Okay, these look like they maybe power something inside the ship. I probably would have had to do this eventually anyways. Yes, the mold seems incredibly unbothered by being in space. Which is weird. Earlier on the station they were saying they couldn't get it to grow on anything but the soil at the base. Of course, I suppose this could have just come out of the people on the ship, maybe, since they'd been eating this at the colony. I feel like this isn't supposed to come detached from the rest of the ship. Oh, collectible. So why is this side still shorted out? I thought I cleaned. Or is that just because this side is like powered on? I guess there must be something inside the ship, maybe. Do I want this one to be powered? I don't know actually. That says overloaded. Not just powered, so I think there must be some electrical fungus inside the ship shorting that line out.
Saturn's still so beautiful. It existed for so long before us, and will exist so long after us.
This is very true.
How am I supposed to feel? The alien fungus thriving while everybody I know is dead or probably dying. Maybe I just need to come to terms with the fact that the cluster really is doomed. Is there a difference between powering? Well, actually, I think we can only power one of these. See, I'm not quite sure what to do about all this electrical stuff at the moment.
another screen. What does this one say? Electrical throughput 0%, aim at solar source. Okay. Well, that would probably be because everything's covered in fungus, but... I haven't seen any solar panels. I don't think. Not to mention the sun this far out in the solar system is not particularly bright. I think all the probes they sent to Saturn were nuclear powered. What does this screen say? Air 82. Cascading failure due to sensor opacity. Clean optics. I don't think those are the optics. I'm sure it's blocked because mold grew on it. Mold seems to have grown on everything on this ship. Oh, these doors open up. Okay. Just explosive canisters in here. That apparently bumping into them is enough to set them off. Love that. Let me guess. That door won't work because it's not powered. Okay. Let's clean the rest of this crap off. Okay, well that's powered there. Isn't it? I guess it's yellow. Is that the same as blue or? Let's see if we take this electric. We could just connect all of these lines together. Whoa, open that door and a whole bunch more mold grew out of it. That could have ended badly. That's not what I wanted. I keep wasting my electrical spray by... Last level I only had 2 sprays, so my muscle memory is... problem. There was nothing in there but mold. Okay. Okay, that... Death, cluster lung, Ambrosia sample NA. Okay. What was he doing in here, I wonder? This isn't exactly the inside of the ship. Yep, collectible. Crafting stuff. Okay, actually, yeah, I did want to do that. Not sure that opening this other door will do anything, or maybe there will be more mold in there, I don't know. Okay, there is some of these sample resources. I think that's pretty much the outside mostly cleaned off, except for a few spots down here around the entrance.
Maz, I can hear you in my head. What you might say. You're worried about me. I don't know. Maybe I am losing it a bit.
Yep. Okay, Stargazer email system. From the one who sees. I wonder who this guy is. Do you feel your God? Are you yearning towards a God you hope isn't indifferent? Okay. Weird email to send. Is this door gonna open? No. Why would that open? Alright, well there was the cracked window downstairs. We could probably get through. Or... Well, these switches are overcharged, so I don't know that they'll do anything. What is overloading these, actually? Okay, these both go to the power cells in the front section here. Oh, okay. There's a bit of vine on them. Okay. Activate. Okay. So that was why we needed to open these then. That mold was not there before. Yeah, and I don't know if I can actually get through that hole. I can't. Okay. Alright, so now... Okay, that one's powered. Why isn't this one? Did I miss a switch somewhere? Oh, and actually, that one isn't powered either. But it is at the other end. Okay. There we go. Okay.
I found the black box, Maz.
Okay. So what is this the black box? It is, okay. Okay, 9/11/2240. So we know the disaster was 12 something, I think. 12:10 was like the evacuation. Mission, analyze the debris in the rings of Saturn. Deployment tour of duty, 11 Terra days, 3 crew, E. Clark, D. Isaac, T. Sarah. Impulse power engaged, ETA to staging point 4 days. Solar storm of some type detected, slingshotting around Saturn, low-grade debris. Returning to point of call, debris is beginning to clog. Sensors, thrusters, ion ignition likely impossible. Clark and Isaac engaging in 4-hour EVA to clear thrusters, necessary for us to make it back to the cluster. They're gone. EVA was going fine. Clark noticed his leak first, but it got Isaac too. A pinprick that grew into a complete decompression event. There's something in the vacuum. Batteries are dying now. Our solar array's getting nothing. Clark managed to clean his sensor. We'll use the last of the juice for a read on the storm. Origin of storm is Saturn. Not a slingshot vector, but from the heart of the gas giant. Mass ejection event likely caused by a large storm within the giant itself. Escape velocity from equatorial grade has to exceed 80,000 miles per hour. Entirely possible sensor is damaged. That's 1/8 the speed of light. I've bundled up all data. The storm will likely pass, but this data may be of use someday. Per Astra ad Astra. So the fungus originates from the gas giant
There's
then?
been so much death here.
Alright, let's see. Excuse me. Okay, doesn't look like we can get into the rest of the ship, at least from here. And we're probably don't need to. Because that door doesn't work. All
I
right.
feel so small. Just inconsequential to everything. What am I doing here, Maz? Really?
So we got the black box sample, 42 exploder, 55 electric. Faster spray recharge, definitely. I think we're fine for other stuff. Yeah, and that's just the same messages. So, let's see. Decontaminate communication tower for seeds. More seeds on the radar, this time at a communications tower. There might be information about the evacuation there as well, but find the seeds first. I'll keep scanning for signs of life elsewhere. Yeah, I guess we'll do the communication tower next. You doze off. How's the headache doing? Scarabs think there are good seeds at this location for you to collect. Our tests on them so far are inconclusive, but it's at least a start. As an aside, you are keeping your helmet on out there, right? You know why I need to ask. I don't like the readings coming out of your shuttle's atmosphere gauge. You used to breathe those spores every day? Seriously?
People forgot about us, you know? We fed humanity, and then when more people settled in from the cosmos, they just moved on from us.
Well, glad your headache's doing a little better anyways. My grades suck. Access to comms tower prohibited. Automatic lockdown in effect. Attendant on duty. OIIA bot. 10-11.
Isla Bot?
Okay.
I knew her growing up. She had a crush on Maeve.
Okay. It's annoying. Blew up.
People forgot about us, you know? We fed humanity, and then when more people settled in from the cosmos, they just moved on from us. Isla Bot? I knew her growing up. She had a crush on Maeve.
Okay. So that got us this door open. Oh, tons of mold spores in here. Lovely. Available entertainment files. Recorded folk music from first generation. Hale's sermons on collaboration. Edutainment. Blech. The fungal ecosystem in Saturn. Special requests are available.
Ilabot's dad made this a broadcast tower. He was so proud of who we were, of what being from here meant.
Okay, that turns on the air scrubbers to get rid of spores.
The fungal crisis got to the comms array here. Moz, they're lucky any evac signal got out.
1011, evacuation alarm triggered, strength of signal intermittent, received by 300 internal arrays, rejected by 150 arrays.
Some people never knew to leave.
Okay, that door is overloaded on the other side. Okay, a bunch of goodies in here. And another terminal. It was always only a matter of time. You stay here long enough and... Mauve says she can't help me, but if Dr. Fadal can't, then I don't know what that beautiful stubborn woman thinks she can do. Sometimes I wish she'd just stop trying to help and sit with me. That's not what you get when you sign up to Love Mauve de Angelis. You don't get quiet moments and kebabs on the couch. You get unrelenting love and support that comes with the determination that everyone can be saved. I lied to her. Told her I'd get medical help at the first colony we hit. It was the only way I could get her to stop threatening to poke me with needles. I wanted her to evacuate with me, but I get it now. There's no Mauve without the cluster. This place is her DNA. Dear Dahlia, if you come here, I don't hate you. It's silly, but I was threatened by you, by your memory and what you meant to Mauve. Even that feeling faded. You became just a ghost, basically. But Mauve, Dahlia, just apologize when you see her, okay? I'm not consenting to the Ambrosia project, not to spite you, but because I don't believe in it. We're meant to die, and I resent the false hope scarabs give people that can change.
Isla, I'll find Maeve. I promise.
Excuse me. I'm awful sneezy today. getting electrocuted a bunch here. Oh, here's another seed getting all the way back here. Okay, I can get this door open now.
Isla, I bet you were better to Maeve than I was.
Thank you for helping. If you trip the alarm, I'll have the best chance of reaching every corner of the cluster. We can evacuate almost everyone, and Hale can rule the dead. Babe, there isn't a world where I wouldn't help. You spread the word to the community, I'll blast the alarm. Meet me here and we can evacuate together. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Somebody needs to stay behind to help those who remain, Ilya. I love you, but I'm not abandoning our friends and our family. I can help them. Right, just admit you're waiting for Dahlia. She might be the scarab that comes. She might not, though. Come on, Maeve. Even if she does come back, will you even be alive to kiss and make up? I'm here. I'm breathing. Don't throw our life, your life, away for a ghost. This isn't about Dahlia. This is about me not giving up hope.
Maeve was always just as stubborn as me. You'd like her, Moss.
And that's the last seed. Alright. I don't know if there were any other spots of collectibles might have been hidden. Okay, yeah, there's an event here. Not that I'm having an easy time getting up there. There we go. Nope. Those stupid worm things living here. There's a collectible. Who the heck is this? Who knows?
What are you doing squatting up here? Did Isla know?
And there was something behind the vent here, wasn't there? Yeah, there's like a can of something under there. There we go. Why is that so crammed in there? I don't know. Just some dude living in the vents.
Muzz, I have to help. I can't just let the cluster die like this. I can't. It's too soon.
I don't think you really have a choice. So far, it seems like everything's happened a while before we got here. Scarabs are often called in to investigate strange and unusual deaths, given their mysterious, something. I couldn't read it before it disappeared. So then you can get a tether that will stick to fungus. increase health, and then there's like a bunch of damage resistances after that. I guess maybe like extra canisters for the 2 sprays we have. Flammable spray, probably. And then I think that's all we can get, right? We can get another canister for flammable spray. I guess we'll do that. And then we should craft. We have all these extra containers we can fill. Alright. Perform Kai Varga's last rites at the Volvoka Community Center and Mining Outpost. Another Ambrosia project candidate, a teacher named Kai Varga. Find Kai Varga's body and obtain their DNA sample. Sorry, Dahlia, no other candidates. And then there were a couple more collect missions, but exofungus. Some hardy strains of fungus are unaffected by Dahlia's spray. You're close to another candidate for the Ambrosia project, Kai Varga. They actually re-recorded their consent and last will and testimony within the last few years. Did you know them? How are you holding up? You know other scarabs talk about it. Death affects us. It's supposed to.
Maz, I never met Kai before. Everyone thinks of the cluster as this small town asteroid colony, but it was home to a lot of people.
Welcome to the Agricultural Center. On-duty shift workers report to shift manager Ray Aput. Agricultural students see Professor Kai Varga in the community center. Everyone please be respectful of shared space. You want entry to the community center? Come see me in my office. I'm tired of squatters thinking it's their personal auditorium.
Tensions were never this high here before.
Yeah, well, you've been gone for 15 years, so, you know, things change. Also, I think eating the mold made people go a little loopy, but that's just me.
The cluster was always proud of being one of humanity's first settlements. I never really thought about how special it was until I left.
I mean, wherever you grow up certainly seems normal when that's where you grew up.
The guy who was a teacher here, they cared about this place. Its people, its future. Were you one of Kai's students? Or a worker here?
Let's see. Internal prep schedule. Morning MRE oatmeal. Easy peasy to start your shift. Lunch electrofungus kebab. Wear the protective gloves. Seriously. Dinner cabbage stew, but check the plants while you chop them. Those crossbred crops rot quicker than you'd think. Dessert? We don't do dessert. Not here in B-Ring.
Things I'll never eat again.
Okay.
Muzz, the people who lived here, they were survivalists. How did they get caught off guard with the crisis?
Storage for harvested spores. We've had an incidence of spores combusting when in containment before. Be careful with your handling of them. Ah, well. That seems dangerous. Shouldn't there be an air scrubber for this? Yes, there it is. Lots of very moldy people. Is there anything up here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, those lines are still overloaded, I guess. I guess I've been up here. Okay, sample. Curious, how well does the flammable stuff work on this? swarm things. I don't even know what they are called. Okay, an unpowered door. Okay, that doesn't seem to open anyways. Shift manager Rhea puts incident reports. On men, first degree burn on hand due to improper harvesting technique. Annoying. Isaac Mercer tripped over Kai Vargas stuff they left lying around, causing Mercer to twist an ankle. Annoying. General increase in first signs of cluster lung consistent with all workers. Annoying. Well, I guess we can see how she found her job.
You must be Rhea. Did you stay behind because your people did?
Just as bad. You just as bad as Hale. I work for you too, Rhea. You can't keep locking the door because you're mad at me. If you have a problem with me, just tell me. And that's from Kai. From Rhea to Kai. Our safety is more important. I have a problem with you. My workers are getting injured. You need to teach them what they need to know to harvest spores safely. History doesn't help here, okay? Do your job properly and we won't have any more problems. Another Phoenix note. This is interesting. Cluster Phoenix number 27. We're getting closer to understanding some of Hale's lies. She's good at covering her tracks. Even those closest to her don't have access to all her secrets. But we're persistent, and every day the crisis rages on, her unwillingness to cooperate with evacuation protocols, the closer we get to the truth. And she hasn't discovered our little coalition, so thank you to everyone who has joined our newsletter campaign and kept your mouth shut about it. Okay, interesting. Why are there like so many extra metal doors laying all over the place? Okay, that door doesn't do anything. This should have powered a couple of things. I don't know that this one, what that one powers, but that one did not get power. That must power this door. Okay, so if we take some of our electrical goop. We should be able to just do that and power this cable. Or maybe this cable just can't be powered. Yeah, okay. Well then I guess we can just power the door directly. Huh. More mold. Mold everywhere.
Coming home to do a death rite for somebody I never met. Maz. I never should have left.
think I can get through this door safely. Just a hunch. But how much will the door electrocute me is really the question. Not very much if I go quick.
Okay. I need to get it together. For Kai.
Room schedule. Room A empty. Room B Kai Varga. Length of stay 64 days. Platonic co-parenting request. Must speak Mandarin or be able to pick up languages quickly. Must get along with other co-parents. Drag brunch this cycle. Let's celebrate a strong harvest with fashion fun and the fiercest cocktails our botanists are allowed to make. Community centers for everyone in the cluster to learn together. Our history is part of who we are. I don't know that this would be a comfortable piece of furniture.
You must be Kai. Thank you. For helping everybody here.
From the one who sees to Kai. It sleeps in Saturn, a spider spinning a web of gravity. From Kai to Dr. Fadal. I know our clinics are backed up or closing entirely. That's not your fault, you're sick, and Mauve has her own agenda. I can store medications here as a backup. My students trust me, they always have. You know this. At least this way we can still help people get what they need and you can rest. From Kai to Harmony. So, the crisis is so bad, Hale's finally sending in a scarab. I heard it's Dahlia. I never met her, we ran in different circles back then. But get Mauve a little drunk and you'll hear swear words that'll make even an exploder fungus blush. Harmony, do you think Dahlia will help us? Or just do her job and leave? From Cluster Phoenix to Kai Varga. Thank you for subscribing to the Cluster Phoenix. We aim to bring you the latest news and insight into the issues you care about. Hale Volkova wants us to stay uninformed. If we are uninformed, then we are unprepared. Alright, well, I guess we'll do our last rites on this guy.
Re-recording this because, well, things changed. It took a bit of effort to make this body feel like home. I don't want to leave it behind anymore, you know? It deserves to live on. So, to my future scarab, use only your best equipment. This body is worth it.
This is me opening up. I don't know why I get to live when people like Kai are dead.
Cause that's just the way the world is sometimes.
Survival, and they still die. Maz, I know this is a job, but how do you keep finding it in you to go on?
This thing stop shorting out now, finally. Ooh, a collectible.
I'm sorry I got here too late. So many empty seats. I hope that means most of the students evacuated.
What's this? Kai's teaching notes. Contemporary agricultural techniques, spore harvesting safety techniques, historical agricultural techniques, crop rotation, why our ecosystem is important, and our part to play in a symbiotic environment. Note, invite Harmony to talk about the decomposition, fertilization. She might share more of her research on the sudden increase. Little project with Harmony. The fungus fruit is so fragile. We spend so much time teaching our miners and harvesters how not to damage the fruit. So I've been working with Harmony. We think we have an idea for how to make the fruit hardier. If we're right, then we can harvest faster, better, and maybe our crops will survive longer as a result too. This could matter if we get to live long enough.
Kai fought until the end. They didn't want to give up their home. I've never felt this lost on a job before. It scares me.
I think that was everywhere then. I don't know, I'm certainly not getting all the collectibles. We've missed a few. I don't think they really unlock anything, so just there for completionism. Healing stations are checkpoints if Dahlia dies. Yep. Can I, like, get more than one extra normal canister? So we can do health, better tether. More powerful version of the flaming spray. Or foaming spray that conducts electricity faster. I don't really see a need for the electricity to go faster. I could use the more powerful flammable spray, I guess. And that's all we got. Enough to buy. B-Ring Lab. Quarantined. Collect Leviathan organ. Another Leviathan organ signature has popped up. I'm still analyzing the last one you grabbed, but having more will be helpful. Collect the organ and get out of there safely, D. Or to Dr. Fidal's clinic. I guess we'll get the Leviathan organ. The cluster of asteroids aren't only rock. They are also hunks of a long-dead creature known as the Leviathan. Another exo-life signature detected. Same deal as last time. Get the organ, get out. Exposed organs. It's weird. You rarely ever talk about the cluster. All you cluster folk are so secretive. Most of you never leave, and the ones who do, like you, keep to yourself. Is it the weight of history? Some burden being from the great galactic farm that fed humanity's expansion into the galaxy? D, I know your thoughts on beezers and your favorite mole extraction techniques, but this? Nothing. I hope coming home now gives you what you need, even if I don't know what that is, Maz. Okay then.
Maz, I think collecting any more Leviathan organs is going to be a bad idea. Last time things got angry, and I don't like talking about this place for a reason. People judge us, so drop it, okay?
Lab email system. From Hale Volca to all cluster inhabitants. Decommissioned research lab. This lab is unstable due to increased decomposition. It is quarantined for your safety. Inquire at my office via Maeve if you are not reassigned to a lab or research outpost. Received. Delete this after. From Maeve to pseudonym. I'll activate your credentials to give you access here. Just keep quiet and remember our deal. Also, delete this email if you ever want a favor from me again. Well, she didn't do that. Okay. Flammable, we can burn that. I don't know if there's going to be anything behind it. Collectible. Okay, and then this allowed us to power up this cable, which I guess just opened this door.
I should be the bigger person and try to find Hale. Or at least admit it's part of my job to find her. Hale quarantined this lab, but there's hardly any decomposition here. What's she trying to protect?
Well, if I had to guess, it would be the Leviathan organ that we got sent here to get. This lab is under quarantine. Do not remove any organic matter from this lab. Okay then. Received what eyes? From the one who seeks, who knows, to Jane Doe. It sees while it sleeps, yet whose eyes can monitor its own heartbeat. From Jane Doe to the one who sees, who knows. Join us, you don't have to hide in the shadows, we protect each other. From pseudonym to Jane Doe. Oh, pseudonym is also a fake name. Duh. Ignore the alarms. The bells do not toll for us. Do not evacuate, we are protected. From Jane Doe to pseudonym, subject forgiveness. If we worship and pay tithings, do you think it will forgive us, or are we forever damned? Personal notes. Dahlia, 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 Dahlia. We all cough and cough and cough, and those who are smart laugh, and those who are wise run, and those who are chosen stay. I hear Hale called in her stepdaughter, Dahlia, 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 like a flower scattered to the cosmic winds. Will the sacred Leviathan choose Dahlia, the prodigal daughter, if she returns? Will she return? Does she even remember us? Okay.
I came back.
You came back. These people are, maybe not in full possession of their mental faculties. From pseudonym to Jane Doe. Found a place for worship. Quarantine's a lie. Hale fibs so she can have the sacred Leviathan organ all to herself. We can meet here. It's safe. Mauve said so. From Jane Doe to pseudonym. I was in there last week and got a headache. Coughed for a good few days too. Do you trust Mauve? Are you sure it's safe? From pseudonym to Jane Doe. Even if I didn't trust Mauve, the celestial beast would never harm us. We are its chosen. We eat its fruits and we till its bones, and it grants us love in return. Doors to inner lab lock on quarantine, manual override available. Okay.
I hope Maeve knows what she's doing.
Unpowered door. And another unpowered door. The power cable goes up here. Oh, Space Worm lives in the vents. Is this like ticking down? Oh, that only stays on for a certain amount of time? That's rather annoying. Okay. Oh, whatever. We got this door open. We can get the other one in a second. Burn that away. Okay. And there's a generator inside of here. Like, I don't even know. Some of the stuff is just weird that they have growing here. So many directions to go. Another collectible. Okay, pretty sure that's a fake door. There's an area down there, but can't get to it, so I assume that that's somewhere we'll get to later. Okay.
Maz, people weren't just digging up the Leviathan organs. They were worshipping them.
It doesn't seem like the Leviathan spared them.
You trusted Maeve. Why the Leviathan?
I don't know. Maybe eating the mold messed with their heads.
You must have been scared.
Alright, well, I'm gonna wait to grab that till I know we've gone everywhere. Okay, that's the evacuation alert. Okay, is there a way down there then? I don't think there was really anywhere else to go, right? So that's this ship. Okay. And then that's outside. I guess we'll see. We might grab this and like the floor is gonna collapse and we'll wind up down there or something. I don't know. Okay. Okay, yeah, it opened up a different path. Okay.
This was a bad idea.
Yeah, well, we got time. Besides, now you get to say I told you so. People love saying I told you so. Oh, we get to turn gravity off, I guess. Okay. I do kind of wish the explosion fruit did not kill me instantly. Where the heck did it... Okay, yeah, just spawn me right on top of this annoying space slug. And it also didn't save the fact that these doors were open, but okay. I did have the collectibles, right? Okay, it just doesn't save door states, which doesn't seem like it would be that hard to include in a save file. Or the fact that those space worms I already killed. Okay. Try that again.
I hope Maeve knows what she's doing. I said this was a bad idea.
Yada, yada, yada. So is it just pulling out the organ makes it decay that much faster and so the mold goes crazy, or what? I guess I'll save on my way by that this time so that I don't have to redo the entire thing. It's like the mold grows on top of you and kills you there. Is what's happening. Well, gravity's back on, so I guess I won't be able to move so outrageously fast, and it gets me killed this time.
People never saw the Leviathan as anything but soil. If they started worshipping it, then something bigger than the crisis was happening here.
I don't know that anything could be bigger than the crisis, but okay. If my ship's airlock would open, that would be great. There we go. Jeez. Dahlia's sprayer can be upgraded. Yeah. A little late to be telling me that if I hadn't figured that out already. Okay, and it says I didn't collect any samples. Maybe there just weren't that many samples to collect this time. I don't know. But I feel like that counter isn't correct. I guess we'll increase our max health because explosions keep killing us in one shot. Dr. Fadal's clinic. I found a shuttle registered to Mauve de Angelis. That's your girl, right? There are exo-life vitals there as well, indicating another organ. Collect the organ for analysis and see if you can find any information about where your girl would have gone to next. Hidden scrimshaw charms emit a distinctive sound. Listen carefully. Dahlia, your girlfriend's alive, ex-girlfriend, whatever. But Dee, be careful. I'm reading the same exo-life signature at the location, meaning there's a Leviathan organ there. Mauve might have been doing something with it, I can't tell. You know the drill. Get it, bring it back. I'm already trying to track Mauve's shuttle signature. Do your job, get the organ, and I'll find you your girl's location.
Maeve's alive. She really didn't evacuate. And I missed her. Maz, track Maeve's shuttle. I have to find her. If she'll even speak to me again.
Patient register. To maintain privacy, our patient register is encrypted. Please speak with Dr. Fadal on first floor or Mauve on second floor.
If there was an emergency, Maeve was there helping out. I'd love that about her.
Classic cluster lung Dr. Fadal's patient notes. Date 11/03/2240. Cluster lung typically presents with a cough, tacky, often accompanied by yellowish mucus. The coughing leads to shortness of breath, dizzy spells, chest pain, chills, Like pneumonia, the alveoli in the lungs fill with fluid. Unlike pneumonia, the fluid contains traces of the spores in our air. These spores sit in the alveoli and begin to root. No current medical treatments can reverse it once the rooting begins. I keep telling Wav this, but she refuses to accept it. Everyone does at first. Wav's personal logs. Everyone's given up. 11/4/2240. Nobody's even bothering to try and find a cure. Nat's focused on slowing the decomp, and Hale only cares about looking like she's taking the crisis seriously. But nobody's even bothering to ask if we can cure it. We've lived with cluster lung as just an inevitability for so long, we just accept that it's terminal. There's hope. I found people who are not willing to help. No, sorry. I found people who are willing to help. Of course, they're not from the cluster, just people who drifted here and never left. People born here accept so easily or default to folklore, but maybe there's hope. Maybe we're not doomed. Well, I assume that would be the people that were worshipping the Leviathan who also died from cluster lung. So they just seemed to think that they would be immune if they worshipped it, and that didn't seem to work. Okay, well, we have a power puzzle here. Okay, I'm like, something's glitching out. Stupid crates keep getting in the way. Let's see. Just some collectible stuff. Looks like it. Oh no, yeah, there's a little collectible there in the vent. I don't know if we can get the big door open. Let's try this door. Well, we can save here, that's good at least. Okay, let's see. Oh, sure. Just have a bomb right when I open the door. Date 11/4/2240. I can feel it eating my lungs. A gentle gnawing of my interior organs. It's kind of pleasant. It hums and thrums and it threatens to blow my whole house away. Okay, dirty laundry first. Yes, our last meeting was tense. Everyone technically kept their heads, but next time, let's just start from assuming we're all on the same side, okay? To the point, and to repeat what we agreed on last night, Maeve is our best bet. Hale doesn't trust her anymore, but she doesn't have to. Mauve knows Hale better than anyone else here, so we go with that plan. If you're not on board, if you've slept on it and decide you don't want to take the risk of Hale discovering your involvement, then fine. Leave our group now and keep quiet. Dr. Fidel, I presume.
In death, one with the stars.
Okay. Well, that's it for upstairs, isn't it? Maybe we can get... Oh no, there's another
Dr.
path
Fidel
here.
must have really trusted Maeve to have her help him at his clinic. She always did care about the people here. More than I did, apparently.
Okay. Archived email from Dahlia Voka, 2225. Subject, I'm sorry. Mauve, I did it. I left. That scarab that Hale called in, Alana, she agreed to train me. She was leaving quickly and I didn't have much time, so I didn't even pack a bag. I just went with her. I wanted to find you before I left, but I didn't know where you were, and I was so scared of Alana changing her mind and leaving without me. Please don't be mad, and please find a way to send me messages to the shuttle's comm. Hale's gonna be pissed, but at least this way you're not an accomplice. Mauve, it's so cool out there. I know you said you didn't want to leave, that you want to run the cluster when Hale kicks the bucket. It'd be really cool to share this with you. I swear sometimes when I do an EVA, I can feel the stars disintegrating on me. Okay, that was cheesy, but I don't know how else to describe it. I wish you were here, but you always were the responsible one.
Maeve never responded to these when I sent them. But she saved them. Maz, I'm probably the dumbest smart person you know.
Let's see. Mauve's personal email. We can survive this. From Hale to Mauve. Issue the evacuation orders now. Mauve, I needed your support on this, and you went behind my back. If everybody evacuates, then we lose our home. People have to stay. We can survive here for longer. This isn't the end. From Mauve to Hale. What will it take for you to admit that you're wrong, Hale? People are scared. Grow up. Well, the evac orders were sent, but that doesn't mean people are going to listen. So what are you going to do to help the people who stay then? Grow up, Mauve. This is our reality. Call Dahlia then. Ask the Caribs to come and take our blood and catalog our deaths. And maybe our souls can be saved. But our bodies cannot unless we do something. Or are you afraid Dahlia won't come if you ask for her help? Are you that much of a coward, Hale? Afraid of your own stepdaughter?
I left here for a reason. And that reason was obviously Hale. But to Maeve, it just looked like me abandoning her. Didn't it? Maeve's temporary rooms. This isn't going to be weird for me at all.
And since I skipped over that trigger, we've already been through the rooms before you said that. Awkward. Okay, gravity is off in this room at least. Not sure where the gravity generator is in this room, actually. What the hell this is supposed to be? Art, I guess? Let me see. Can I just connect that there? That just is easier than messing with the switch. Ah, well, there would be the gravity generator. Find the organ. It must be in this last room. And there's a container I can grab. Make sure we save. So I'm sure all hell's gonna break loose when we grab this thing. So why was this in the clinic?
Maeve, this is how you were trying to cure cluster lung? By experimenting on the Leviathan?
I mean, I guess. Dr. Fidel's on sick leave, resting in his quarters. Got you the goods. From name encrypted to Mauve. Delivery complete. You were right. The exo-lifes aren't extinct, just very good at hiding. Little asshole tried to bite me, so be careful around it. Experiment 13, not all have immunity. The exo-life that used to wander these asteroids also suffer from cluster lung. Some have built up an immunity, others are more susceptible though. Nothing's working. Nothing's working. Why isn't anything I do working? I know what I need, it's so obvious now. Of course this wasn't working, but I'm close. I know I am. This is gonna work. I can feel it. This is gonna work. Right.
People think of the scarabs like the boogeyman. Maeve, I hope you know what you're doing.
Pretty sure Maeve does not know what she's doing, but you know. Time to go.
Has a cure, then maybe the cluster can be saved.
Oh, that's a really big if, lady. Okay, make sure we craft our spray before we spend stuff on upgrades. Still don't see the point in fast electrical spray. We have the different damage resistances. Maybe the tether upgrades, I guess. A little short for the second tether upgrade, but... Morgan's place of rest and re-evaluation. Perform Harmony Karsten's last rites. Dr. Harmony Karsten has sent out a transmission. She's dying. She wants you to find her body in time for the Ambrosia project. The signal is weak. Like it's coming from underground, maybe? The residue left behind by destroyed electrical fruit is highly conductive. We received a bizarre transmission from that botanist who was researching the Leviathan decomp, Harmony Carlson. She must have just been sending out signals to anybody nearby, hoping one of them would find the scarabs. You have to admire a scientist's methodology, but don't get your hopes up. The message was indicating she was about to pass, cluster lung, severely advanced. She just wanted to make sure whichever scarab got sent here finds her body within the 48-hour window. I guess she's a real believer in the panacea.
Harmony knew she was dying, but she didn't call for help. She called to make sure we wouldn't miss her for the Ambrosia project.
Well, she probably also knew there's currently no cure for cluster lung, so there wouldn't be much point in calling for help. Alrighty, where even is this place? Okay, I can't actually interact with that terminal. I can with this one though. Morgan's Place of Rest email system. It's from Sawyer Matini to Harmony Carlson. Subject, not what you think. 11/5/2240. We're not what you think, Dr. Carlson. We're not delusional. We're not paranoid. We haven't lost our minds. We're simply open to uncomfortable truths. I'll share these truths with you, but you must demonstrate an open mind. Open mind. Understand Earthology to understand how we have grown and bloomed from their doctrine to be closer to God than anyone else in all of history. From Harmony to Sawyer. I'm listening, Sawyer. At this point, I'll listen to anything. Earthology is simple. The dirt is God, the dirt of the earth specifically. Humans are intrinsically connected to the earth in a way we cannot fully comprehend. Earth is God to our ancestors. It was all they knew. Who can blame them? But we are not our ancestors. We have not and can never know the scent of Earth's soil, but my belief and the belief of those closest to me doesn't think we are godless because of this. No, we are not godless. We eat the fruits of our God and we live on its back. No, we are not godless. We are made divine. Okay, so these would be the guys worshipping
always
the...
kept to themselves. Reclusive, even for the cluster. And of course, Sayer Matei is running it.
Yeah, so they're worshipping the Leviathan, I'm pretty sure. Okay, that door does not open. I guess we have to go through the tube, probably. This is a very strange way to set up a space station.
It's strange, but I've never been to this graveyard. Hale wasn't big on burying our dead. People here mostly donate their bodies to the community. Organs, bones, all of it can be used. It's kinda sweet. Forever helping each other survive. This is why people think we're weird, isn't it?
I mean, it may be one of the reasons people think you're weird, I guess. I don't know. Another email terminal here. Harmony's research notes. Number 45. The orthologists were my best bet. Their scripture is arcane and confusing, at least if you're not a member of their faith, but they know the soil. Differently than I know it, of course. Their connection to the soil isn't scientific or agricultural, it's spiritual. Maybe they know something I don't. They want me to read their doctrine before they'll talk to me, but it's even more bizarre than I remember. They worship the earth, that long dead husk of magma and rock and salt water, as if it were a god. I can understand. Earth's mythos looms large in our past, a metaphorical, benevolent mother that forsook us when humanity killed her. At first, I thought they meant to worship the spirit of the earth, but no, I was wrong. They believe the earth itself is God. Not a metaphor of God, but literally, actually God. There are, how can I say this, splinter groups of the orthologists, run by Sawyer Matai, somebody I remember from botany class. But stopped their studies, went underground. I hadn't heard from them until Mauve said they were involved in orthology now. Sawyer's group see what humanity did to the earth, and they see how we live on the cluster. And they made what must have felt like a logical leap. If the earth was a god, then the Leviathan must too be a god. I don't know how they view their role as worshippers, to protect the god Leviathan, or to witness its end the way humanity refused to witness Earth's end. Traditional orthologists don't behave like this. Cluster folk don't behave like this. We're all spinning and orbiting and losing our minds, but to eat the soil, to consume the Leviathan like this feels blasphemous, which is maybe the point. Consume the body, be purified, be one.
Harmony was so desperate just to understand. I'm worried Sayer took advantage of that desperation. They were the type, even as kids.
Okay, well, we have a passageway up there we've uncovered. Okay, both those doors are overloaded. So I think we have to go that way. Yeah. I mean, I don't need to use the ladder, but I guess I can if I wanted to. Okay. Okay. So we can activate this stupid time thing, or we can just use some conductive gel to short this together, which seems much easier. So we'll just do that. Okay. Does this go anywhere? Can I actually fit down here? Okay, I can fit down here and get stuck. Great. Ugh. Why is it even there then? Okay. I still haven't found a save station, have I? Okay, that seems like the bigger room, so we'll go this way first. Ah. Hang on a second. Getting some kind of weather alert. It's probably just a watch, but I should check. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything active. It might just be the heat warning being issued. Okay. Yeah, well, there is a save point there, so that's good. And then there's this huge outdoor area. Holy smokes. Alright, what does this say here? Welcome all to a sanctuary. Stay as long as you like. Be respectful. Okay. That's kind of trippy.
Are you getting these readings, Maz? They're here, aren't they? They're real?
What is that? Okay, so it's like an electrical source. I think it'll probably electrocute me if I hang out on it. Okay. I assume this person has been dead a long time. Unknown cause of death. Dead for longer than 48 hours. You think? What gave it away? Howard Mausoleum. Earthology.
Likely in the Earthology Mausoleum.
Okay, well then we're gonna need to get that door not overloaded. Oh, here's another email system. From Sawyer to Jane Doe. Dr. Carlson cannot be allowed to leave. If she will not convert, she will be a sacrifice. From Sawyer to Pseudonym, find other places. The groundskeeper here, Ivor, is posing problems. He doesn't understand us. He threatens to report our worship to Hale. I will deal with him. But you must find other places of worship. We cannot be so fragile as to let one man threaten our vision. Find the other exposed veins. Open them up. Bathe in the bounty of our God and welcome those who are open into our fold. One who sees, who knows, to Sawyer Mate, blasphemy. You are a zealot and will lead your followers into the maw of eternity, not singing the praises of a benevolent God, but screaming your tithings to the devil you forgot to fear. Okay.
Sawyer Mate corrupted Earthology, gave people false hope, indoctrinated them into their delusion.
This place is huge.
Are these Sayer's followers? Fringe ornithologists worshipping the Leviathan?
I don't know. How am I supposed to know the answer to that question?
Moss, you better be getting visuals. You'll like this. These are the Leviathan's internal eyes. When it was alive, we think they were used to monitor its vitals.
Oh, that's not weird at all. Okay, this is the Earth Religion's mausoleum. This used to be a place of peace. This graveyard was built on the foundation of respect. We respected each other's beliefs. We don't desecrate, we don't judge, we let people mourn in peace. But Sawyer and their off-brand Earthology ghouls seem to think their beliefs are the only ones that matter. If I find a way to trap them, if Sawyer's ghouls want to trespass in the new Prophet's mausoleum, then I'll catch them, like a scuttler to a fungus kebab. The new Prophets refuse to be on the same power circuits as the other believers. Honestly, they're skirting the lines of respect. I've told them time and time again this is a communal graveyard. We share resources. They don't get their own special power lines because they want it. We're on the inside of a dead beast. We only got so much electricity we could spare. Okay, but I need to figure out where this line is getting
Even though she's not
overloaded.
buried here, this makes me miss my birth mother. She died when I was young. I never knew her. Not really. It was always just me and Hale. How long have you been down here, waiting for somebody to say goodbye?
Sawyer and their ghouls think this graveyard belongs to them, so I'm turning on manual overrides for access to all the mausoleums. I don't know what those ghouls want here, but I don't want them to do it. Plain and simple. Sawyer knows I'm onto him, so I'm writing these notes as a record. If I die, it ain't to no cluster lung, you got it. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to do about that, dude, but okay.
I admire Harmony. She didn't give up hope. She just started looking in different places. Too bad that place was Sayer Mate and Earthology. Sayer was always extreme, dangerous.
Yeah, well, cultists prey on people at their weakest moments.
I hope your faith has given you peace, or at least hearing somebody say goodbye.
Okay, this door opens. there's a collectible over there. Okay, and there's a... There's one of the manual overrides anyways. I could probably route power around to the rest of them manually if I need to. Sermon Terminal. Lost without me. Would lose their nose without me. You pastors, ministers, priests, disciples, whatever you want to call yourselves. You're all so disorderly. Keep forgetting your passwords. Brain too full of divinity to remember a few letters and numbers. Manually added your most popular sermons here under my username because I can't trust y'all to remember what a password even is. Ivor, groundskeeper, and babysitter, apparently. Okay. So I think that the center we can route power to everywhere else from this line. I think we'll basically just want to short everything together here. Okay, so there's just a collectible on this one. Okay, this one has a weird ghost in it too.
Weird. Dead bodies I get, but ghosts? Actual ghosts. What do I do with it?
Okay, and this one is overcharged for some reason. I'll have to find what is doing it. There must be... yeah, there's some vines here. Okay. Sayre's dead.
I'm glad you didn't consent to the Ambrosia project.
Well,
You don't deserve it for locking Harmony down here. Forcing her to die next to you.
Well, you know, he died more than 48 hours ago, so... Harmony's research notes, number 49. Sawyer's getting possessive of me. They don't let me out of their sight. They get angry if I question their beliefs too hard. I can feel the cluster lung in me, and I can see it in them. We're both dying, and I worry I'll never see Saturn's rings again if I can't convince Sawyer to let me leave this crypt. Sawyer's followers are all dying. We are all dying. I consented to the Ambrosia project as soon as I was old enough to. I know what'll happen to my body as long as the scarab can get to me in time. It makes me feel better. But Sawyer and their followers, they don't know, so they bury themselves alive, hoping to become gods as their bodies decompose in the soil they worship.
Harmony wanted the truth, not to be imprisoned by a mad person while they were both dying. Harmony, I'm here. I'm here.
My name's Harmony Carlson, recording at the cluster 2237. I'm not scared of dying. We all die. But I'm scared of not mattering. It'd be so cool if I contained the DNA needed for the panacea. So, I donate my body to the Star Witches. Let's save humanity together.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you while you were alive, but I got here in time. You're a part of the Ambrosia project now. Forever.
Alright, back to the shuttle then.
They tried out the living to help each other. Why am I so much more comfortable around the dead?
Exploder samples can be used to unlock a flammable spray. Yeah, I've already done that. Well, she's not looking so good.
Maeve, what have you done?
Dahlia's story will continue in Act 2. Harvesting exploder fruit can be dangerous. Yes, I've only died to that several times. Okay, and I believe, yeah, that's all the missions that are currently available. So that was Ambrosia Sky. I think pretty solid game. It has an interesting story behind it, and it's also just a bit of a different take on the cleaning genre as well. So I did enjoy that. Let me double check. Act 2 comes out in August of this year. So we will definitely be checking out the second act when that comes out.